Good afternoon. Today is Wednesday, November 6, 2024. This is the regular meeting of the Marina City Council. Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Here.
Mayor Delgado. Be here soon.
Thank you, Nina. Question for the city attorney. Do we have any changes to the consent agenda?
No, the closed session agenda.
sorry,
No changes to the closed session agenda. No worries.
Okay, thank you so very much. Now we'll open it up for public comments. We don't see anybody in the room. Do we have anybody on Zoom who would like to give public comments on the closed session items? Seeing none, we close public comments. So we'll go into closed session and we will reconvene in this room at 6:30. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Most of the city council was here at 5 PM. I was not, but we did go into closed session at 5. And our standard is to have our city attorney summarize for us our city council, our closed session.
Yes, no reportable actions were taken in closed session today.
Okay, thank you. So on this November 6th, 2024 day, we'll continue with our regular city council meeting. And if we could start with a volunteer to lead us in the pledge after a moment of silence. All right, Randy, thanks for being a good sport. So Randy is our police chief, and he'll lead us in the pledge, if that's okay, Randy, after a moment of silence. Thank you, Randy, for being a good sport, as always. Okay, let's go to council and staff announcements. I'll start off, last night's election here locally in Marina. We had a $50 million bond on the ballot. It needed 67%. I'm not sure too many of us expected to get that high, but we had some hope. But it got 60%. Sometimes 60% to 40% is considered a landslide. So I'd like to thank everybody who supported Measure U in such a strong fashion. It won't be implemented because it didn't pass the 67% threshold. But the school bond, Measure A, also got about 61%, and that's all it needed because its threshold was 55. So we had accomplished about the same voter approval as the school bond did, our Measure U did, but ours had a higher threshold, so it didn't actually pass. But I still want to thank everyone who was involved to help. Our city manager helped, our fire chief helped, our city council helped. We probably had about 20 citizens who helped, and some of those folks worked really hard. So for those of you that worked really hard on this, thank you. And for those of you that just helped out, thank you very much, because you can't be a leader if you don't have a team. So I want to say thank you to the whole team that worked for Measure U. And I think we all understand that the discussions that were generated, the attention that it garnered, would not have happened if it wasn't on the ballot. And so these ballots sometimes can take 2, 3, 4 times before being successful. So we have our work to do. Our work is cut out for us to figure out how we can propose a bond in the near future, hopefully, to get what we need. I think we all agree that we need it. It's just a matter of, how we can engage the public to make sure that they're on board with what they want in the way that they want it. But thank you for everyone that worked for Measure U, and congratulations to Councilmembers Kathy Biala and Jenny McAdams for renewing their commitment to be on City Council another 4 years. Kathy wasn't opposed because I think partly she's done such a good job. Jenny was only on council for about 6 months. She was appointed. So it's not surprising that she did have strong opposition. And congratulations to Mike Mueller, who ran a good campaign, and to Jenny McAdams, who actually was able to win. And I think she did a really good job as a hardworking campaigner at the farmer's market every week, and calling and walking, all the things you need to do. She seemed to be checking all those boxes, and that's a lot of work. It's not easy because you get a lot of criticism. No good deed goes unpunished, but you're here now. You'll be with us for another 4 years. So congratulations, Jenny. Good job. All right, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you. And I just sort of piggybacking on your comments about the election, we really had a great voter turnout. And so I'd also like to extend my gratitude to Miss Anita, our fearless and amazing city clerk. She manages all the candidate filings and forms, which not maybe a lot of people don't know, and she does that graciously and timely. And then also I wanted to thank the dedicated poll workers. They're volunteers. They have extensive training. It's a long day. They usually start about 6, 7 in the morning, go to 8, 9 o'clock at night. They're not permitted to leave. And that's just really some exceptional work that's all volunteered. So thank you, poll workers.
All right. Any staff input? Then we will go on to the public comment. We'll start with those in the hall here. And this is the time to comment on our consent agenda as well as anything else that's on your mind that's not otherwise on our agenda tonight. So anyone in public here that would like to step to the podium for a comment? Not seeing anyone rising. Let's go out to the remote audience and Mike Moeller. Good evening, Mike.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, congratulations, Jenny. I know I had a good time. You know, I've never run for office before, and I always said if I win or lose, I walked away from this with an experience that I'll never forget, and I'm willing to do it again. So I'll see you in 4 years, or who knows, maybe 2. Anyway, keep up the good work. I hope you guys can figure out the an alternative for Measure U. Sorry it didn't pass, but I'm sure you guys are all smart enough to figure it out. So take care. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else remotely that would like to give us up to 3 minutes of your ideas, comments? Okay, we'll close public comment and move on to our consent agenda. Does anyone have any brief comments, questions, or wish to pull something for a deeper discussion? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Super brief questions on 10C1 and 10L1.
Okay, 10C1.
10C1 is this claim we received, and it's, I mean, there's not even a monetary amount in the claim. So I would support rejecting it. However, I do have some really brief questions for the police department. I don't think there's a flock camera on that small section of Dunes Road. It's one of the few maybe areas of town that's not covered by flock. Has that ever been considered, or?
They're mobile, so we can't move around.
Okay, maybe we can have just a discussion, because I do receive complaints other than what's in this claim for that section of road. I know I've discussed some of those with you in the past. And so I noticed State Parks just recently put up a flock camera. Does that tie into our system in some way, or?
You're correct. They do have a flock system. It does not tie into our system directly, but we do share the information. So whatever they pick up, we can search it if we have a question about a vehicle at a certain time and area. So we do share the same information as they do with ours.
Okay. And the last thing I'll say on this item, Mr. Mayor, is that the RV park in particular has expressed some concern about some of the things articulated in this claim. And I've asked the city manager to create a meeting with that entity and myself just to kind of hear them out, and the police if you're interested. So
Sure, absolutely.
thank you, Mayor.
Yes, and on this issue, Chief and City Manager Brian, if I saw what she saw, I would be upset like she probably is. This is written pretty well. She's not really verbally, abusing us. So I take this seriously. It looks like a well-founded concern, and it sounds like it's an ongoing issue that's not a one-off. So if semi-trucks and construction trucks are regularly parking on Dunes Drive, and we have signs up at the entrances of the city, don't do that, is there a problem enforcing it on Dunes Drive?
We have a list of areas that we regularly go by to look for complaints of, and with this one in particular, that's on our list. The officers, when they drive by, I don't know if we're just hitting it at the wrong time, but consistently we have some that will say that they'll see it, and then when their officers go by, it's no longer there. So it's something that we can continue to look at.
Okay, so it's your understanding that this is not a nightly occurrence where you can go any night and overnight you can see multiple trucks parked there for long hours.
And to make sure that I'm understanding, is this the location down by the
Country Inn, Dunes
Country-
Drive.
Right. Yeah, that's correct. When we drive by there, there may be a vehicles there during the daytime, but they're there for deliveries and they're there for short durations. but they're not there consistently overnight running with fumes emitting. That part of it is not substantiated by
Which
this.
is, okay, and it says the last several weeks in addition to October 3rd.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Go ahead, Brian, you had another?
Yeah, and then just 10L1 should be real easy with the downtown plan. I mean, I think the answer is yes, but this, because it's not memorialized here, but this incorporates all the changes that we made in terms of language for the different uses or is this something different, just the map?
Tonight is just adopting the ordinance enabling the specific plan designations to go into the zoning code. It's the second reading. So it takes effect if adopted today, 30 days from now.
But that language that we would be adopting includes the changes that,
Yes.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion someone would like to make regarding this? Councilmember McAdams?
I just have a quick comment on 10F1. This is the Pro Housing Designation Program and Grant Application. I just want to thank staff and the consultant that came back pretty quick and I'm excited to hear what the results are. And then I'm happy to move for approval on the
Second.
consent.
Okay, any final comments before we move on to a vote? I'll say thank you to converting a part-time special events position to a full-time special events position. I'm sure we're going to see the benefit of that for our community. All right, all in favor, please say, oh, Jenny, you have any further comment?
Oh, no, that was.
That was
sorry.
me not turning on. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. So that motion passed unanimously and there was no ordinance that second reading is not the same. Okay. All right. So now we move on to public hearing for the Community Facilities District. And I have a little script to make sure that we do this properly.
I would like to recuse myself from this agenda item.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Elizabeth lives too close to all of this, so she and the city attorney decided it's best if she steps down and recuses herself. So we just have to remember to call you back when this item is over, Elizabeth. You'll be in City Hall?
Yes, I will be inside.
Okay. All right, Lane or anyone, did you want to open this up before the public hearing just to lead us into it?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. And this is our second community facilities district that we're doing with the Dunes development. This is part of their development agreement and the big picture that the project remain revenue neutral as far as impact on the other citizens of Marina. And so hence these community facilities districts are required so that the people moving in are paying for those street and infrastructure costs. I do want to introduce, we have Jim Fabian, who's been our financial advisor with this project, and Vanessa, who's been our lead attorney from our bond counsel's office. And Jim has a presentation he'll run through to give you an overview of this project and kind of what we need to do tonight. There's a lot of different components to this. We've actually been working months on it in the last few weeks. It's almost daily. I'm trying to get the little nuances. This has been an interesting district in that it's had a couple different pieces that are unusual for community facilities districts. And so it's taken a little bit more time and effort to do that, but we have a great team involved with this, and Jim will highlight more of that team.
Thanks, Lane. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Jim Fabian of Fieldman Rollap and Associates. We do have a short presentation before we open up the continued public hearing that we would like to walk through tonight. If you could go to the next slide, please. So just wanted to recap the documents that have been approved to date by the City Council for this CFD. Also wanted to walk through with you the changes to the CFD boundaries and to the rate and method of apportionment, which is we call that the RMA. Then we're going to open up the continued public hearing and then talk about the future actions required to finalize the formation of the CFD. So on the next slide, again, just to go back over what we've done so far, the Dunes property owners, MCP, and Shay have sent a petition to the city to form a CFD. And as the city manager mentioned, the reason for this is to make sure that the project has no impact on the city's general fund. It's a fiscally neutral project for the city. We approved a deposit and reimbursement agreement with them to cover all costs associated with the formation of the CFD. And that was approved on July 2nd. Shay has, or MCP has submitted a check to the city to cover those expenses. Additionally, back in the summertime, we adopted ordinance number 2024-08 that established specific provisions for the city that deal with the maintenance of the infrastructure for the Dunes project. On the next slide, please. So we came to the city council, it seems like forever ago, but it wasn't that long ago, with the resolution of intention. That really started the process in earnest for the formation of the CFD. So we accepted the petition at that point in time. You adopted a resolution of intention to form the CFD. It described the boundaries of the CFD. It described the services that would be funded by the special taxes that are collected within the CFD. And it described the rate and method of apportionment that really is the document of how the special taxes will be collected each year for the Dunes West Side CFD. And then it set a public hearing for October the 15th. That public hearing was opened and then continued till tonight. And as I mentioned on this slide, Vanessa's firm has prepared all the documents related to the CFD formation. So on the next slide, please. So since we were here for the resolution of intention, as the city manager pointed out, we've been working very collaboratively with MCP about the CFD, working through some of the nuances of the project. And as a result of that negotiation and discussion with them, we have removed 2 parcels of property, which are called parcels A and B, from the boundaries of the CFD. And you can see the APN numbers for those 2 specific parcels. So those 2 parcels are removed from the CFD boundaries. And we will, assuming approval tonight, there'll be an amended CFD boundary map that will be recorded with the county that will exclude those 2 parcels. Those 2 parcels will be developed as a hotel and are owned by somebody separate from MCP and Shay. Additionally, we changed the rate and method of apportionment to specifically exempt parcel D. Again, the parcel number is shown there from the levy of the special taxes unless parcel D is developed as a residential or a non-residential property. If it's used as a hotel, it will be exempt, or an ancillary use for hotel. So those were the 2 changes that are in front of you, incorporated into the documents tonight, based upon the discussions and the work that staff has done along with the consulting team with MCP. Then the next item in front of you, we have, as I mentioned, the continued public hearing. The notice for this public hearing was done on October 3rd. Again, on October 15th, we opened the public hearing and continued it till tonight. And as part of the public hearing process, you'll receive and file the community facilities report that has been prepared by Goodwin Consulting. They are the city special tax consultant. The CFD report outlines the budget for the CFD, the services that will be funded by the CFD. Additionally, we have resolutions. The first one, which we call the resolution of formation, that will form the CFD, and then that calls for an election within the CFD and authorize certain actions and related items associated with that. Then we will conduct a mail ballot election, and the city clerk will certify the result of that election, assuming it is approved. We would adopt a resolution certifying the election results, and then we would have hold the first reading of the special tax ordinance tonight. The other item there would be the approval of the services funding agreement and the indemnity agreement. These are two documents that are needed to really finalize the structure of how maintenance will be done at the west side development, and then indemnify the city for any claims that might arise from that maintenance over the life of the project. On the next slide, please. Then, assuming the public hearing is concluded, those documents are adopted by the city council, the first reading of the ordinance. We'd have the second reading of the special tax ordinance on November the 19th. As I mentioned, that ordinance would go in effect 30 days later, so December 19th. We would have the city special tax consultant record the amended CFD boundary map that would remove parcel A and B from the boundaries of the CFD. And then the special tax consultant would record the notice of special tax lien at the county. And this would then have the lien of the special taxes placed on all property within the CFD. So as I mentioned, Vanessa Legband Stradling is with us tonight. She has served as special counsel to the city on this matter. We also, Susan Goodwin is the special tax consultant. Karen Tiedemann of Goldfarb and Lippman has worked extensively with us along with the city attorney. And so we're happy to answer any questions that you have regarding this matter.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim. I had a couple clarifying questions. Is there a resolution that we passed tonight, or is that in the future?
You have several resolutions you passed tonight.
Okay. I see exhibits, but I don't see resolutions. So can you tell me where those are? I see the staff report, it's 3 pages, and then it goes into exhibits.
Yes, it looks like they're exhibit B, C, D, and E.
Oh, okay, so exhibits B, C, D, and E are resolutions to be passed tonight.
That's correct. The first one being the resolution of formation, the second one being the resolution certifying the election results, and then the third one being approval of the agreements that I mentioned.
Okay, so you said B, C, D, and E, right? Is that correct? Are resolutions, B, C, D, and E are all resolutions?
D is the ordinance, the special tax ordinance.
All right, so then B and C are resolutions? Or just B? Maybe just B? Because pretty soon we're going to pass a motion referring to resolutions, so I want to make sure that we do it properly.
So
Okay, B,
C, second resolution. D is the first reading of the ordinance.
now C doesn't look like a resolution. Exhibit C on page 49 of our packet.
47.
Okay. So we have exhibit B and page 47 is exhibit C. Is there another resolution?
Resolution started 25. 47.
Okay.
71. And 74.
Thank you. And then my other question is, on the recommendation in the staff report, it says number 4, confirm all ballots have been received. That wouldn't be tonight, correct?
No, they have been received by the city clerk. They've
So that
been,
would be tonight.
yes, it
That's
would
part
be,
of the
sir.
motion.
Yes.
Okay.
yes, Mayor, if I could, so the script that I provided you will walk you through each of the actions that need to be taken tonight, including approving each of the resolutions, accepting the ballots. So
Okay, great.
it'll outline each of the steps.
Thank you. All right, appreciate that. Councilmember Biala?
just want to clarify, are we having discussion from the dais of questions or we're going to
This is
public
for
comment?
clarifying questions only, and then we'll go to the public.
Okay, I thought we got rid of this thing of clarifying questions because it always bleeds into discussion. So I just need to be clear.
Yeah, let's clear it up. So do we have is our process to ask any questions at all?
You can ask any clarifying questions. Again, sort of try to be very specific about what you're asking for. If it's going to involve more general discussion, then probably leave it towards the end.
Okay, yeah. Because clarifying questions is difficult for us to discern whether it bleeds over into some further discussion. So I would recommend we stick with it and not, and
Yeah.
just go out to the public and then we have our questions and discussion.
All right, let's
Thank
do
you,
that.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Brian, you'll be first when we come back. All right, anyone in the public in person that would like to comment on this matter? Seeing no one standing, we'll ask the same of those who are remote. Anyone on Zoom that would like to comment on this matter of a community facilities district out at the dunes? Okay, so I should go by the script. So this public hearing is to consider formation, proceedings, and election for the City of Marina's Community Facilities District number 2024-1, also known as the Dunes West Side Services. So the continued public hearing is open now at 7:05 p.m. So let's do this one more time. Anybody in the public or in person wants to comment, please step forward. Not seeing anyone. I'll ask again, anyone remotely via Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please do so. Okay, not seeing that. Let's go to the council. If you have any disclosures, and I'll start by saying that I spoke to Harvey Dodwell sometime in September. We talked about several topics, one of them being this topic, and he argued why he didn't think that his parcel should be part of the CFD. And I listened to him. It was my first time talking about this concept, this topic. And then early October, we had a phone conversation and he brought it up again. So that's my disclosure. Anyone else? Councilmember Biala?
Yes, I believe it was the week before. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was a week after our first hearing on the CFD. And on that same week, I spoke with Harvey Dodwald. And I also spoke with Doug Yant about the CFDs and about the same issue that you just explained is the disagreements, I think, over whether certain properties were included into the CFD. And I think that those have been resolved.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Same disclosures. Harvey Dodwell had reached out to me and we had a brief conversation, and Doug Yount and I had a brief conversation. And I think the only suggestion that I had was hope you guys figure it out. Sounds like maybe they did. So those are my disclosures. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. My ex parte is the same. I spoke with both gentlemen at separate times, Harvey Dodwell and Doug Yant. And my suggestion was similar to Councilmember McCarthy's, which was try to figure it out.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Does the city clerk have proof of publication of the notices as required by law have been given?
Yes.
Do we have the complete files of exhibits, correspondence, and other documents?
Yes.
Are there any written communications on this matter?
No.
Okay. Do any council members wish to hear any further staff report on the item? Councilmember McCarthy,
McCarthy.
McCarthy, thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of just a process question. Is there are we statutorily required to follow this process, or is this just a suggestion? I mean, could we know the results of the election before we decide if we're going to form the CFD or? Sorry.
That's a good question. So you haven't called the election yet. And it's very typical in these CFD formations. Usually we only have one landowner. And so we get everything set up ahead of the public hearing. The landowner waives, as is permitted under the CFD law. The landowner has waived in writing various election processes that would otherwise require a lengthy election with ballot arguments and all of that stuff that you're familiar with from the election. And so we've done away with that stuff here because there are 4 landowners in the CFD and we received written waivers from all 4 of them. We also believe that we have received ballots from all 4 of them. And so the process usually in this circumstance is that first the resolution forming the district and calling the election is approved. And then the election having been called, your city clerk will provide the election results to you. She has a certificate saying the votes that have been cast. It's not a secret. I think they're all in favor. And then the council adopts a resolution formally certifying the election results. And then at that point, you can hold first reading of the ordinance that levies the special tax. And after that, we have kind of a follow-on resolution that adopts the services funding agreement and the indemnity agreement.
Okay.
So that's, I don't know that I exactly answered your question, but that's how we have it all laid out. And the reason that it's all in one night is because we have landowner waivers allowing us to do that.
Excellent. I'll bite my tongue. I could ask questions all night, but thank you very much.
Okay, so we've had a little bit more information provided by staff and our consultants. So let me ask again, if anyone in the public during this continued hearing has any comments at this time? I'm not seeing anyone. I'll ask everyone online. Does anyone have any comments at this time? Okay. Do any members of the council have any questions of staff or wish to make any comments before I close the public hearing? Councilmember Biala.
Can't believe nobody else wants to make any comments. We're usually a very vocal group. So in the context of what we've just gone through for the Measure U, I think one of the concerns people voiced was that these new developments were not taking responsibility for their fair share or a share of the cost of the infrastructure burdens. And I just want to point out to the public that they are in fact, and they list them in Exhibit A. And I just want to read them so people understand that this is not coming out of the city, that they are funding these kinds of improvements for the new developments. And it says in Exhibit A, they are going to be including types of services, street maintenance, sidewalk maintenance, curb and gutter maintenance, decorative lighting maintenance, storm drain maintenance, publicly accessible park and landscape maintenance, and maintenance of publicly accessible restroom facilities. So I want to just point out that they are not creating extra burden on us, and they have thought this out. I just have a question about, are these 7 elements, are they typical ones, or are there additional ones that sometimes are included in the CFDs?
For the most part, they're typical. The only unusual aspect here is that there's a park area and the public restroom are actually going to be owned by a property owners association. And so it's a little unusual. They're required under their conditions of approval to make those publicly available. And that's why the special tax is being levied to finance them, or rather provide funding for that maintenance. And that is the subject of the prior ordinance that this council adopted, essentially kind of taking the Melrose Act, the CFD Act that's in the California government code, adopting it with that modification to expand the definition of services to include those specific items.
Great. And Exhibit C talks about the annual costs for each of these things. Just so that I get a perspective, because I'm very aware of the really significant cost increases for any of these kinds of things. In the experience of who developed this list of costs, who actually assesses the cost for each of these things?
So the cost estimate was prepared in the first instance by Shay's consultant
Mhm.
and then was vetted through the city staff.
Okay. And do we know,
Okay.
can you just sort of verify that these costs have really increased? Like if you take the last 5 years, how much more these costs have been increasing?
So the rate and method of this is maybe answering a slightly different question.
mhm.
So I hope that's okay. The rate and method of apportionment provides for an annual increase in the amount of the special
see.
tax to
see.
provide additional money. As costs go up, the amount of the special tax will also
Right,
go
so
up.
that's kind of a standard increase. It's not, but it wouldn't necessarily accommodate a huge increase based on current market rates for these kinds of.
Yes, so it's essentially capped at 4% per
okay,
year,
I
but
see.
the increase is based on a construction index
Okay,
increase.
okay, great.
Mm.
I just want the public to be aware of that. Also, this may be sort of a sort of more generalized question, but what are the incentives for property owners? I mean, they're legally bound to approve these, or can they opt out on these taxes?
So this CFD, the approval process happens at this point, the
Right,
election.
yes.
So the current landowners are the developers and they're approving. Future purchasers of these properties will not have the option to opt out. This will be part of their property tax bill going forward.
Oh, okay, but that's different now than it would be there, but I can see the incentives for the developers to want to do this because the value of their property obviously goes up too. So, because most people would say, why would anyone want to vote for putting more thousands of dollars of taxes on us? But it is the developers, and so they naturally want to see the value of their properties increase, and this is the way to do it too. You can't have not, you can't put in, you can't not fund maintenance and have a valuable property.
Correct. This money will be used
Right,
directly to maintain the public facilities around these properties.
right. Okay. And also, there's a map. Can I keep going, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, just keep.
Okay, I can wait, and if other people want, then I can come back.
Following up on Councilmember Ayala's look at Exhibit C cost estimate. The cost estimates for landscaping and lighting and restrooms and all totals $1 million. Does a cost estimate mean that it's an estimate? Or does it mean that that's the maximum that's required to be paid for these services?
That is the cost estimate and is also therefore the estimated amount of the tax levy
Okay,
once these properties are developed.
okay. So if it costs more than $5,000 in a year to address the restrooms, what happens?
So there is cushion in the maximum special tax rate. So there is a potential if costs were much more than estimated that the special tax wouldn't be enough, but there is a cushion in the maximum special tax that could be levied.
Okay, is the maximum listed in this document?
The maximum is listed in the waivers that we received from the property owners.
Okay. Can you tell us what that
Yeah.
is? In the waiver? 'Cause the
I
waivers
don't,
are-
I don't trust my memory
Aren't the
exactly.
waivers over here?
The ballots are over here.
Okay,
I can look it up if you give me a couple of minutes.
that's okay. My
Okay.
question is, what if the restrooms have to be replaced?
Mhm.
What if
So-
something goes wrong with these costs and it's way more than expected?
There's a reserve fund component.
Okay.
Yeah.
At any point, does the city have to pony up if these costs are underestimated?
There is a hypothetical possibility that the city could have to, or that the property owners association could have to. But my understanding is, and I'm just the lawyer, my understanding is that the amount of the special taxes and the estimated costs have been set in a way that the amount of the special taxes has been set in a manner that the city and Shay both believe will be sufficient, especially with the annual increases that will be applied to the special taxes.
And those are like cost of living increases? the
Yes, yeah,
Adjustments?
yeah, exactly.
All right.
And like I said, there's a cushion based on the maximum special tax that can be levied, that it's sized in a way that will enable both the city and the owners association to be funding a reserve fund in the early years.
Okay, so council, what I'm concerned about is if these numbers were generated by Shay and our public works director and our city engineer reviewed them, but they're maybe not as financially expert as Shay's people might have been. I don't know who did it in Shay. My concern is if these are too low, and we've heard that in the past, we've set rates that were too low for some of our large developments like Sea Haven and the Dunes. And so my concern is, do we need to have a financial expert on our end take a hard look at these to reduce the chances that the city, the taxpayers, will have to chip in where it's not planned? Or are you comfortable with our public works director and city engineer double checking Shay's provided estimates? Councilmember Biala? I thought you were gonna.
But that's okay. I will say, is there any way that rather than to review the costs and whatnot, that is there any way that we can legally put in some kind of a disclaimer that the city will not take liability for any excesses beyond what's estimated? I don't know where that would be, but as opposed to us trying to figure out more accurately whether these numbers reflect the true future expenditures.
So let me answer that two ways. The services funding agreement caps your obligation at the available special taxes.
Oh, it does.
The
Okay.
city's obligation to provide its basic level of services and maintenance and things like that would be the city's responsibility.
Mm.
Either way, with or without the CFD, but the CFD and the services funding agreement, which as between the city and Shay and the owners association, kind of obligates parties to make improvements and use the tax and divvy up the money in a certain way. That requires the maintenance of these specific facilities, but only to the extent that the money comes in from the special taxes. Am I saying that in a clear way?
Mhm. But then the default, if it exceeds that, is as what the mayor is saying, then it falls to the city as a general obligation for our city streets infrastructure maintenance.
So I'm worried that our landscape and lighting districts are an example where they don't bring in enough money to pay for the services. So either the city has to augment that, or they look like shambles because there's not enough money to keep them adequate. So if this is not enough money, things go up sometimes crazily, right? Like in the last few years, things have gone way up. So I'm just concerned that we don't have a major maintenance liability that we have to chip in, because right now, maybe this is underestimated, especially if it's coming from the master developer who may not be incentivized to enlarge this. They may be incentivized to keep this low. I don't know. But if I was a developer, I would probably be really kind of stingy. So it's like when you see restaurant maintenance for $5,000 a year, I can see that the restaurant maintenance might be a heck of a lot more than $5,000 a year. And street maintenance is $111,000 a year. It doesn't take a lot to add up to $111,000. Is the city doing this work, or is the developers contractors doing this work?
I can answer that. There's different portions that are the city's responsibility, and then there's other portions that are the association responsibility. The city's responsibilities are the street maintenance, the sidewalk maintenance, the curb and gutter maintenance, the vertical curb maintenance, the storm draining. I think the decorative lighting, those are the owner association restrooms, those other public facilities. Landscaping is the owners association. That's associated with the town square park. What we've built in as we built in that agreement, I think the bigger concern was that we're gonna build up too much reserves. And that at some point down the road, 10 years down the road, whatever, we're gonna look at that and we may drop it down. We're gonna be charging the maximum tax rate up front because we want to build up that reserve balance on the street maintenance end. We really have like we do the monthly street sweeping on it. But the bigger cost is we slurry seal once every 7 years. That's not anywhere close to this cost.
It's more, you mean?
No, the slurry seal is much less than that.
Oh.
And so what this is building up really is for in year 21 when we do the resurfacing of these streets. And so our staff, our engineers have looked over that and they've compared it with our existing numbers. They've compared it with the previous CFDs, what we're collecting, what we've been paying, and the previous CFDs, they're great. They're building up the reserves, and so our staff feels really comfortable that we're able to build up the reserves. The ongoing part, we're really comfortable with. We're really comfortable that we'll have the reserves in place to meet those long-term maintenance, like the curb and gutter repair. Those are going to last 40, 50, 60, 70 years. The cost is if somebody crashes into something and breaks a curb. And so we've gone over it in depth with a fine tooth comb, and we're pretty comfortable with that. The really discussions we'd have with Shay is really these reserves are getting too high. And the agreement talks about we'll sit down with it, and if we want to lower the tax rate, the way it's set up is a portion of that 10 million, I can't give you the exact portion, will go to the owners association. So like your question about the restrooms, that's on their side with their portion of the budget. And so if they find that they're needing to clean it more often than once a week, that comes from their portion of the funds, and they will adjust their funds accordingly to do it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. So I've heard a couple times the distinction between this owners association entity and the CFD. Can you maybe help me understand why what we're discussing tonight wasn't just part of kind of a common interest development fee collection service, or I mean, what's the difference there?
So the owners association is a group of, I believe, retail property owners, and they are not within the CFD. So they're going to maintain the town square and the public restroom and certain other improvements that benefit that area, that are in that area, but they're not actually taxpayers. Right, so if it was part of their like CAM charges, that would be the owners association paying the fee and then spending it, right? Paying into the maintenance fund and then spending it on maintenance, but they are going to be spending special taxes to provide these facilities for public use.
Okay. And then just to be clear, to echo off the mayor's question, if for some reason, or do we even have any ability to say that we think that it's too high or too low? I'm not suggesting we're doing that, but I'm just curious.
On a
Is that-
going forward basis, you do. Yeah,
I'm talking about what we're adopting tonight. So there's the maximum fee assessment. Do we have the authority to say, no, we think it should be much lower or much higher?
Yes. Within the bounds of the RMA and the services funding agreement, it describes a process for an annual budgeting by the city and by the association, and those annual budgets get reviewed by each party, and then that becomes the basis of each annual levy of the special tax and the 5-year, there's like a reserve study to be done every 5 years, so that if the reserves become too large, then you would lower the special tax accordingly.
But just, sorry, just to be clear, what I'm saying is that if tonight, and again, I don't think this is going to happen, but if the council said, no, we don't think it should be $175 a month per single family home, we think it should be $200 a month.
Okay. I understand.
Could we do that? And if we did, I mean, obviously the ballots we received, I would guess wouldn't be valid. Is that?
Right. Yes, I understand.
Okay.
You can lower the special tax rate. If you can't go higher than the special tax rate without starting the CFD
Process
formation
it
process.
all over again. Okay, that answers my question. I think that's it for me right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go back to Councilman Wallen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just on that issue, just so that, and it's not to say that I think that what our city manager just said, that we're more worried about excess accumulation, over time of these annual costs. But because the possibility still exists that if it does exceed it, then the city has to take responsibility for the street maintenance, the sidewalk, curb and gutter, and the storm drainage. So is there any connection, once we approve this accountability for the CFD to report the kind of costs that may, as a remote chance, be impactful for our city expenses? Like on an annual basis, is there some kind of communication to our city manager or the council about these costs? Are we within the amount, or are we close enough that we might have to have some input from the city?
I'm not sure I'm following your.
If
question.
on this exhibit C,
Okay.
we could be responsible for overages, the city.
Mhm.
Is there any communication about these costs on an annual basis to know whether in fact these were the most accurate and we're not exceeding these costs?
So those are just estimates.
Okay, but
And I would add too that the city administers the CFD, so you're intimately aware of the
Okay.
cost associated with
oh, okay,
these maintenance items every year. And, staff will be working with the developer and the property owners association to develop a
okay.
budget and set the rates each year.
Great. Because I didn't understand what role the city has in the CFD, so that's perfect. So
Right.
we would know ahead of time if we're risking any for future expenses for the city. Great. And I have one question about the map. I don't know, map 1 maybe. I think it. I'm not sure. I think it was.
Sheet number 1.
Yeah, sheet number
Exhibit
1.
A.
Yeah. So you said that parcel D, District D or tax, but I don't know what you're calling this, D, it would be exempt from the taxes if a hotel is going to own that. So at this point, obviously the hotel would be Harvey Dodwall's. I don't know what we're calling that. So that parcel would become part of his, and then he would not be paying the tax on that property,
Eh.
as well as his other A, B, and C. It looks like he doesn't pay that.
A and B. He pays C, but A and B
Right.
are out of the CFD, and that parcel D, as long as it's developed as a hotel or an ancillary use of a hotel, it would not be subject to the levy of the special tax. If it becomes something else, like a residential development
Right.
or another type of development, it would.
Right. Okay. Well, that's, I think, good news. And also in all of these properties north of Imjin there, does the city own property in there?
There is a parcel that the redevelopment agency owns, which Wayne, as the representative of the redevelopment agency, has executed a waiver and consent form and a ballot for that property.
Oh, so we were one of the.
You're one of the 4 property owners. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And I know what we voted for then. So where is that where parcel 5 is? Okay, that little rectangular. Okay, that's it. Uh-huh. Okay. Got it. Okay, well, that's interesting. I didn't realize we were one of the 4 voters. Okay, thank you.
Question, when, on an annual basis, I suppose, the city administers this CFD and takes a look at this, if in some year, when they do that, they find that these costs have gone up more than expected and now we're above. If we don't have enough reserve, what happens?
Well, I think at that point, you potentially have some general fund exposure if you don't reduce the maintenance level.
Okay. All right. I think, okay, Councilmember MacArthur?
Quick question to follow up on the city-owned property. Was that a change from the initial proposal that came to us, or we were always included?
No, sir, it was not a
Okay,
change.
thank you.
Okay, has the city clerk received? Well, I'll close the public hearing. Has the city clerk received written protests to any of the matters addressed in the public hearing from any registered voters or landowners or of more than 50% of the acreage located within the district?
I have not received any.
Okay, you've received 0 written protests. Okay, so now I declare the hearing closed, the time being 7:35 PM. May I have a motion to adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of Marina establishing the City of Marina Community Facilities District number 2024-1, also known as the Dunes West Side Services, authorizing the levy of special taxes, calling an election within the district, and approving and authorizing certain actions related thereto.
I so move.
Okay, Kathy?
I'll second.
Jenny, thank you. Councilmember McAdams seconds it. Councilmember Biala firsts it. Is there any further discussion? All right, by voice vote, is that all at once or roll call? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passed unanimously with the 4 of us present, 4-0, with Councilmember Elizabeth Vischer having recused herself. The resolution that we've just adopted calls for an election to occur within the CFD once all the ballots have been received by the city clerk to authorize the levy of special taxes in the CFD in accordance with the rate and method of apportionment, and also to establish an appropriations limit for the CFD, which is to be held at this time by the city clerk. Has the city clerk received all ballots for the election for CFD number 2024-1?
Yes.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for the CFD, and the election is now closed. The ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the election. Is that true, Anita? I know, but she's not, so. My answer, yes or no? I think the
Yes.
answer is yes. I was stealing your script because you just said yes, so I was trying to clarify what the yes meant. So does she need to read that? Okay, all right. Having received confirmation by the city clerk certifying the results of the election, I would entertain a motion to approve next a resolution of the City Council of the City of Marina, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Marina Community Facilities District number 2024-1, also known as the Dunes West Side Services, certifying the results of the elections held within the district. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Okay,
Second.
all right. Thank you, Councilmember Biala and McAdams. Is there any further discussion on this? Then let's please vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Thank you. That motion passes with a vote of 4-0 with Councilmember Elizabeth Vischer having recused herself. Next and lastly, I'd like to ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Marina acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Marina Community Facilities District number 2024-1, also known as the Dunes West Side Services, authorizing the levy of special taxes within the district. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
I second.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor McAdams and Biala. Is there any further discussion? Okay, this will be a roll call vote, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, so thank you. That motion passes unanimously 4-0 with Councilmember Vischer having recused herself. And thank you to the staff, including our city attorney and all of our consultants for putting this together. Okay. All right.
That is the one approving the services funding agreement and the indemnity agreement.
So that's on page 71. Starting on 74, correct. 74, sorry. Okay, I motion that we approve resolution approving a services funding agreement and indemnity agreement regarding the proposed City of Marina Community Facilities District number 2024-1, also known as the Dunes West Side Services.
I'll second.
Okay. This is just a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passed unanimously 4-0, with Councilmember Fisher having recused herself. Anything more on this matter?
Yeah, Mayor, can I just take a quick moment to second your comment about just how important this is? I mean, it has long-lasting impacts to our city. As you probably know, these CFDs, we talk about the existing ones that we have and the problems that we have with them. So thanks for taking it seriously and putting a lot of effort into it and reviewing it and re-reviewing it and reviewing it again to make sure you try to get it right. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. Well said. Thanks everybody that had any hand in this. Really good job. Let's just not tell Elizabeth that we're ready for her. Oh, there
Nobody
she is.
tell her. Oh, wait, here she comes.
She was spying on us. Okay, we go to Save the Whales, number 8 agreement between the city of Marina and that seaside nonprofit. I'm so sorry. We're going to receive a presentation authorizing city manager enter into an agreement with Leathers and Associates for design services, et cetera, on Dune City Park.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. On a much lighter note, we're going to talk about playgrounds, which I'm very excited about. So as the mayor indicated, this is a request to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with Leathers and Associates for the design, project management, and construction supervision of a approximately 38,000 square foot inclusive playground at Dune City Park. You have already approved the park concept. You've approved all of the program elements in the park, and you've approved the budget. And this playground is just one of those components within that. So we're going to learn tonight a little bit more detail about the playground. Leathers is a leader in creating inclusive playgrounds that are custom designed, community built, and unique to each community. They have designed over 3,400 playgrounds in all 50 states and in 8 different countries. Mark Leathers, I believe, is joining us remotely. There he is. I want to say thank you. I know you're on the East Coast and it's late for you, so thank you for your patience tonight. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over. He's going to do a quick presentation and then we'll go from there.
All right. Welcome, Mark. Are you a Yankees fan?
I am not actually. I don't follow baseball too much, but I'm a Cowboys fan and grew up in upstate New York, so I can't explain that one.
That's funny. Thank you.
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm Mark Leathers. I'm owner of Leathers and Associates, and appreciate the council and being able to present to you guys tonight and go through a little bit of, I guess, a lesson of what we do as a company. And I'm kind of new to the Zoom part as far as the council meeting goes. Do I control these slides, or do I tell somebody to click on the next one?
Are you sharing your screen? Is that how we're seeing that? It's on yours, so you're going to drive the presentation. Okay, so Syra is going to.
I just sent it. I just sent it now. So, is it possible? So
I think Syra will be able to click through the presentation for you.
Okay.
Just let us know next slide.
Oh, right. Did I just mess it up?
No.
All right. Now you can see it, right?
There we go.
Yes.
So everybody can see that?
Yes, ready to go, Mark. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So yeah, so I'm Mark Leathers. So we own, or I own, my dad started the company back in 71. So we're a small family business. First playground was in 71. We basically just do custom design, community built playgrounds. So those are our 2 things that we're well known for. We've been doing this for over 50 years. We have a really strong history in unique community built playgrounds. I think you said 34. I think we're up to 3,800 playgrounds now, kind of in every state and 7 other countries. We aren't a manufacturer, so that's what sets us apart from the rest of the manufacturing world. We're designers, so everything we do is constructed from raw materials. It's kind of like the treehouse people. We build it from the raw lumber, and everything's done through community build. So what we design and we work with the communities, the playgrounds are actually constructed by the volunteers within that community. So it takes hundreds of volunteers over a period of time to build these structures. If safety is an issue, we're well versed in safety. We know all about the ASTM and CPSC, the playground safety guidelines, and everything goes with those. ADA has recently become law regarding playgrounds. We're well versed in those, so all of our designs and finished products will meet all the necessary safety standards and guidelines, as well as accessibility. As far as materials go, this day and age we use recycled structural plastic lumber. So it has a 50-year warranty. It's very, very durable material. So we do rather large playgrounds, which we're known for, but our maintenance needs on them are significantly less because the structure itself is built out of this material. It doesn't do anything. It just sits there. So you don't have to paint it, you don't have to stain it, you don't have to take care of it. It doesn't crack or split. The rest of the playground is built up out of manufactured components, and you would pick up the warranties from those different suppliers. So slides, swings, stuff like that. The community build project, like I said, the custom design is one aspect of what we do, but the community build itself is the other one. So most of our projects average around 10,000 square feet. So you can see the scope of yours is significantly bigger. We've done probably 20, 30 projects of that scope that are somewhere in that range, although this might be pushing for the biggest one. But our typical playgrounds take 5 to 10 days. This one would definitely take 10 days. We usually have 2 to 4 of our consultants that supervise the construction process. We also have local captains, so it'll be 10 to 15 captains on your end that are volunteers from the community that we work with. So that's the supervision workforce that would guide the volunteers. And then you'd average probably 150 volunteers over that time period of whatever we specify for the build. We have a whole process. I won't go through all the details, but when you think of community build and having everybody out there actually building this and using saws and the tools, we have a pretty comprehensive process where we check people in, we find out who's skilled. So we kind of work through that process, and they're highly supervised between the local captains and our consultants that are there to oversee the whole thing. The bottom line at the end of the day is there's jobs for everybody within a community. That's one of the things we take pride with, including the kids, which are ages related to, but it's a great opportunity to pull your community together, moms, grandparents, relatives, everybody from the community gets a chance to participate in these projects, which really winds up leading up to them being super special. The designs themselves, we usually start with the kids in the community. We've heard some feedback already with some of the parts, but we often go out to the community, try to solicit from the kids and the greater needs of the community. And we do incorporate these things into our designs. So our designs are highly themed. We can do it architecturally, historically, but we work off some of those different ideas from within the community. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. So this would be example of schematic drawings. So our phases would be, we do a schematic drawing, then we do kind of construction drawings specifically for the community build. And then at the end of that, we do renderings of whatever these projects are. And it's the renderings that really get you to understand that we're doing something super unique. Every one of our playgrounds is identified within its community. So even though our playgrounds from a distance look the same, they're really not. Each one of them represents the communities that we design within. And the same would be for yours. There are standards and guidelines for ages. So 2 to 5 is one of them. Again, we're well versed in all this. We've been doing this for a long time. So we know within the age development of 2 to 5-year-olds, the appropriate play that they need, the size and height of the structures, the rails, kind of all those things. Older kids, they're a little more rambunctious. They like to move around a little more, spend a little more energy. So again, that's the second age group, would be 5 to 12 areas. Both of those usually make up a playground of your size. Both of those areas would be within that playground. Inclusive play is another specialty for us. So a lot of our playgrounds, they all meet ADA. They have to by law technically, but having an all-inclusive playground is a milestone. So we pride ourselves on that. This is one of the things that we're looking forward to in your design that really sets it aside from other playgrounds, that it would be a playground for all abilities and for children to play together. Playgrounds themselves have equipment. You can go on the monkey bar, stuff like that. Our playgrounds offer a much uniquer experience. And again, they're themed, so kids don't tend to get bored. Our older playgrounds that are 20, 30 years old now are still the most popular playgrounds within communities. How these get done, you hire leathers, so to speak, to do the design work. and the supervision of the construction, but we also work with a local committee on your end. So this is an example. So there'd be general coordinators, or we do fundraising, public relations, tools, materials. So these are the committees that get made up. There'd be a local group on your end that we would work with, and we would assign you a project manager, and we work through the design process all the way up to the construction. So we have a whole fundraising section that we have a planning guide for all of these different things. We can help with the volunteers, how to do community outreach and connect and make sure we're going to get the volunteers for the build, how to collect the tools for them. So that whole process usually takes about 9 months from design to construction to prepare and I guess energize your community as far as the project goes to be there for the actual construction. Just a couple projects, the survey of the top 30, we had 5 of them in the top 30. I don't know if you guys have seen that the Tatum's Garden one in Salinas that we did, but that one was number 2 in that rank. And this is a picture of Lake Charles, which is number 1. This is about 20,000 square feet, just to give you a scope. And the structure in the middle is almost 3 stories tall. And again, this is an all-inclusive playground. You can see the extensive ramping and the space requirements that we use in order to make sure it can get that title. Excuse me for a second. So all of our inclusive designs, we engage the community, evaluate the needs. We understand the development needs of the design of the playground, so we can meet that. The accessibility, parallel play, those are all things that go into our overall designs. Sorry, I didn't drink. So again, accessibility is a big ticket item, and playgrounds of this side really kind of require that, because within the needs of your community and neighboring communities, that's something over the years that have been left out. But we like to shoulder play. We like to get kids to play together and not segregated in a different area just because they have a certain type of disability. So that's one of the things that we pride ourselves within our design. Again, you had this PowerPoint, so I'll let you read through some of these later on. You can look at them. But again, the developmental needs are across the board. So the different age groups, the accessibility needs, the entire play environment will encompass all of these needs for all of the users. Again, I mentioned that we do reach out to the communities and try to assess what those needs are. This is all part of that process. This is the project that's in Salinas, California. I think this is somewhere around 20,000, 22,000 square feet. Again, it's got a little superstructure in the middle. That's this piece here. So the kids can get to the higher levels of the playgrounds as well as the ground level components. Here you can see some of the theme and form. So we got barns and little fruit stands and combines and tractors. These are the things that we get to make that are unique within the community. Nobody else has these, even though we've done probably 500 barns. They're all actually pretty unique and pretty different, and the layout of them is unique as well. So there's a combine. We do buy some of the manufactured equipment, as you can see on the top. And again, an advantage with us is we can pick from a variety of manufacturers. We're not just one. So if you hired one, you'd have to stay within their line. We can pick and choose some of the best products from each one of these manufacturers. And we do unique things. We include the music areas. Here we got some trellis seating. Excuse me. There's a good chance to get some local artists involved, and they can do murals and things like this. These are usually along the entryway. So just a great way to spruce up a playground and really get the community completely involved in the projects. Again, I mentioned fundraisers. There's a lot of opportunities. We can sell pickets. We can do component sponsorships, bricks, hand tiles. So again, these are part of our services. So depending on what your needs are, we can help facilitate that kind of work within the project as well. And I guess, the biggest thing aside from the design would be just how they get built. I've been doing this a long time, watching the communities come together and all age ranges of the community helping each other to build something in 5 days is pretty remarkable. But I'll stress here, and this is a good picture, it's not a kit. So we usually average 150 people on site during the construction period. We work usually 3 shifts, so there's even a 5:30 till like 8:30 evening shift. So we try to make this an opportunity for everybody within the community to be able to come out. So if you're working during the day, there's night shifts. We always finish on a Saturday, Sunday, on the weekend, stuff like that. Again, there's jobs for everybody, whether you're skilled or unskilled. You don't have to know anything about construction. You get a chance to participate in these projects. So here's a couple of quick pictures that just different projects that we've done. This is Orem, Utah. And again, from a distance, you can tell they're Leathers playgrounds, but when you get in close to them, they're all very unique in how they laid out, the type of equipment we use, the level of accessibility, the artwork, the design work, the architectural, the references to the communities. These are all what make these playgrounds unique. This is Wilmer, Minnesota. This is in Boca Raton, Florida. So I'm just showcasing a couple of these. The ones I've been showing you are actually, except for the last one in Boca, are smaller than what you guys are proposing. The Boca one might be about the same size. So at 30,000, 38,000 square feet, it's going to be an amazing structure. Why LNA? I've kind of been talking about this again. I believe you guys had the PowerPoint, so I won't go through all of these. But the bottom line is we're highly experienced. We've done a lot of different projects in a lot of different states. We've met some amazing people, and we're very, very good at organizing communities, and we're even better at helping them oversee and build these playgrounds. So this, to me, these pictures always get me. But at the end of the day, it's always amazing me, and within a community, how many people truly get engaged. So some of them start with the design process. We even connect with the kids. Then we reach out to them for fundraising, for tools, for PR, to help with the food. There's so many different ways for people to get involved in these projects. And then at the end, this is the realization of that. So you might have 2,000, 3,000 people that have been involved in a single project, which is pretty amazing in this world, to come together, let alone for the kids and the other members in the community. And this is always a good one. So this is just them at the end of the day showing it being done. So that's a quick overview. I think that was the last slide. So that's a quick overview of what we do and what we're looking forward to doing with you guys.
All right. Thank you so much. That was great. Let's go to the public first. Any questions from those in person? No. So let's go to those remote. Anyone have any questions on this playground from the remote public audience? Okay, we'll close public comment. For years, we were thinking that Tatum's Treehouse, who built Tatum's Garden, was going to do this. Did that fall through?
We've been talking with them for several years now, and they've kind of pulled back on the scope of work. We are still having discussions with them on if they want to be involved in and at what level they're interested in being involved. They're doing a project in Carmel Valley right now, and we can send a link around because they're going to have a community build sometime pretty soon.
I believe it starts on November 10th. Is that correct?
Yes, coming right up.
Yep.
And so we want to continue to move forward with Leathers, and Tatum's may play some role, but we aren't exactly sure what that role is at this point.
And they were going to help fund it to begin with, weren't they?
Correct. And they've told us at this point that that's kind of beyond what they can do right now.
Okay. When did we find out that they were not going to fund it?
Probably 6-8 months ago.
Okay. All right. And $1.7 million out of the $9.9 million that we have in our fund for this. All right. I don't want to go sideways. There's tennis courts planned. When would be a chance that we might discuss whether tennis courts or pickleball courts were the most appropriate option? It's probably not tonight, but when would we do that?
We can certainly bring it back. We are we just asked the consultant for an updated project timeline, and so looks like January, mid-February they'll be bringing us the 60% designs.
January, February
of 2025. And
so if we had pickleball remorse between now and December would be the good time to let them know.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and you're laughing because we've gone over this so many times.
Pickleball is just always, on my mind. So yeah, we have time to make those changes, and it's a very simple adjustment to make
Alright.
if we decide to do that.
But not tonight. I didn't want to derail it. That's all I had. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say I strongly support this. I often visit the park in Carmel Valley as a picnic spot, and I recently noticed they tore down the existing playground and are preparing for this community build. And I was just blown away when I kind of saw the renderings, and I'm looking forward to watch them go through their process, and hopefully it can be a little bit of a learning. It happens early enough that we can kind of watch that play out before we actually start building. So with that, I'm ready to make a motion whenever.
Okay, we'll have come back to you in just a moment. Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also strongly support this. I think it will be so awesome. Do we have an idea of the timeline if we approve it tonight?
We'll have to coordinate that with the overall construction of the entire park. So we can't give you a timeline right now because we'll have to have those coordination meetings between Leathers and Verde.
And knowing you, there will be enough outreach to the public to really get them enthusiastic.
I sure hope so.
Yes, thank you.
All right, let's go to our city manager and then Councilmember McAdams and then McCarthy.
There's a couple points I wanted to make, and one is on the budget part of it. This playground actually is saving us quite a bit of money. For that size playground, we would be several $1 million. And so it actually, the community build part, we had them run some numbers, and it would cost $1 million more if we weren't having the community build component. And so part of that is why we're able to build a playground large like this is the community is really getting behind it and supporting. The other component really is the inclusive playground part. Is this whole park is primarily going to be an inclusive playground, and the design really enables them to design it and construct it and build it that way. And not only will it be, I think, an amazing park for Marina, but I think it'll be an amazing park for the region. And I think you'll have people with all different abilities will come hundreds of miles, if not longer, to bring their children and play at this park. It's really that amazing. I asked Andrea at her annual Public Recreation Association's annual meeting, and it's huge, and every playground manufacturer in the world is there, and they set up huge playgrounds. And one of the things that we asked her to look at was really look at all-inclusive playgrounds and go to all the different manufacturers and compare them with Leathers. And she did, and she came back, she said, we really think Leathers is the way to go. And then she has followed that up. She's talked with different cities that have built with Leathers and their product to stand over a period of time, and she can probably add a little bit more on her review of that.
Yeah, thank you, Lane. As Mark said, these are custom designed and custom built. The other playground manufacturers, they might have a wooden tree house structure, but it is, the same tree house structure in every park that they build, where this is very much customized. And the fact that Leathers will provide a materials list with the best swing for this particular population, the best slide, where we can go to different manufacturers and make sure that we're getting the best, as opposed to going to one manufacturer and you really just have to pick out of their catalog what you want. So it was very clear when I went to NRPA that this was the direction we wanted to go.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Lane. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I am really excited to see this item in Leathers. They do incredible work. I also appreciate how the project will bring the community together. And I think there'll be like a lot of pride and ownership in the park once it's done. That's something that they're known for. So just a suggestion, and I have said this before, that we avoid linking the park name to the development name. This is a community park. It's for everybody. And I just want to make sure that we're not putting out that perception, calling it Marina Dunes Park when it's actually a Marina City Park. So, and then also in the photos, and some of the images, it's showing a fenced area. And I've shared with you, some moms have reached out to me sort of asking for an inclusive park that is also has some protected areas for kids that, maybe want to run. Will we be incorporating that?
Yes, absolutely. I believe all Leathers playgrounds have a perimeter fence around the entire footprint. Is
Great.
that correct, Mark?
Yeah, the majority of them do. This is some of the design criteria that we'd work with you on, but if you want that, we definitely do, but we would recommend that to start with.
Great. So there'll be like enclosed spaces, or at least the perimeter will be enclosed.
Yes.
It will probably be similar to the Tatum's Garden in Salinas,
Salinas, okay.
where the entire area is enclosed. And I wanted to address your comment about the naming of the park. We're using Dune City Park as a kind of working name.
Great.
I've already brought up to our Recreation Commission that we want them to start thinking about names that they could recommend to council. And so they're working on that right now. And, at some point we'll come forward with some recommendations.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. And just a suggestion to consider. I mean, I know that we have not been able to make quorum for a recreation meeting for a while. So if that's not working out, then maybe we could have like a contest citywide to name the park, or, just sort of engage the community in some capacity. So fully supportive of this and really excited. Thank you for this work.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little confused about, this Tatum's Garden that was going to be helping us. And it sounds like we were interested because they would have some funding available, but it doesn't look like going this way. We don't need funding. We've got there's no impediment, right?
Correct. And Tatum's doesn't provide funding, but they're part of their program is they work with the community on your community, reaching out to the community to identify funding sources and to help you with that funding.
Okay.
And so they don't have the ability to do that part of it, but you are correct in that this is already funded.
Okay.
The Dunes project is funding this park.
Okay. So we actually didn't need to have that level of service from anyone because we can do it ourselves, just in this model of Leathers, right? And have the community participate and all of that, which would be a better way.
Correct.
Okay. And if we use this model, will we have excess funding then you're saying, or is this just helping us meet the budget and not exceed it?
Yeah, this helps us to meet our budget. It allows us to actually build a larger playground within our budget.
Great. Wonderful. No, this is fantastic. It just reminds me of like Habitat for Humanity. We're really bringing together the community to build something wonderful for us. So there's this Tatum's Garden, and it looks like in Salinas very appropriately. So it's a agricultural theme, all the crops that they have there. And then you said there's one in Carmel Valley.
They'll be starting the build on November 10th.
Okay.
And I have not seen the design for that. I don't know what I think the theme is
theme-
treehouse, but I'm not sure.
Treehouse. Okay. Because my thought is, we're a coastal city.
Mhm.
And so it'd be really wonderful if we sort of had that theme, but I don't know who would make those decisions about what theme we overall want to choose for it. How does this work with all these processes?
I think we would work with Leathers. They're going to engage with the community and with the kids going to schools, coming to our own after school programs. We'll get input from the children and the community. They'll make some recommendations and we'll work together with them side by side.
Okay, so you envision it as being a sort of democratic process, which sometimes can be pretty tricky because you'll get 10,000 ideas and, and who makes the final decision? I'm just thinking that through.
I think you will make the final decision.
Okay.
With input from the community.
Okay, got it. Okay, because I want us to have a different theme than usual parks and also something that really stands out for our specific community.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons we want to go with Leathers. That's, you know,
Yeah.
cornerstone to what they do.
Exactly.
And they've done it repeatedly over and over again and come up with very
Yes.
unique
Yeah.
themes and ideas that are, you know, special to this
Yes.
community.
Yes, it's so amazing that you found these folks for us. Really, it's absolutely. And thank you, Mr. Mark Leathers, for conceiving of this kind of idea for children. It's just
Absolutely.
absolutely fabulous. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I make that motion, just a quick assumption check. I assume that the proposals will include some sensory features specifically for children with autism. Is that a fair assumption or?
I believe so, but I'll let Mark speak to that.
Yeah, again, I mean, these are great questions, but our process does exactly this. You know, we meet with members of the community, including you guys and other bodies. We meet with the children. So we pull all that information together, but I can assure you, by the time we pull that information together, it'll cover, you know, the needs of autism and other abilities as well, you know, within
Thank
the,
you.
within the design.
And I mentioned that simply because I just heard from two constituents in the last couple of months, new mothers who are having children with autism. And
Yeah.
I have told them that I think the city is moving in that direction. So I would hope that, well, let me say this, and thinking of them, I will move that we adopt resolution authorizing city manager to enter into an agreement with Leathers and Associates for design services, project management services, construction supervision for a new inclusive playground at Dune City Park, not to exceed $1,707,771, subject to review and approval by the city attorney.
A second.
All right. Well, Mark, if we wanted a beach theme to be considered, not to be, you know, authoritatively imposing a beach theme, but if we could, would it be appropriate to encourage kids and families, public, to think about waves, beaches, dunes, to try to get a coastal theme as something that was strongly considered anyway?
Yeah, I mean, we usually call that like the key design criteria. There's certain things we can kind of lead the public with a little bit while they're still free within it to pick and choose. But I think, you know, trying to get everybody to understand we're looking to identify your community within this playground. That sounds like a pretty good start for a theme. So.
Okay. And then on the naming of it, I'm wondering if we can combine the naming contest, the naming exercise with the community build. So maybe for every hour you volunteer for the community build, you get to submit a name. And, you know, so you work 20 hours, you get 20 dots for the name that you want. Something to, you know, incentivize people to help community build. And if it could be, you know, contributing your suggestion for a name, we might help increase volunteer ism. Is that something that is something you could consider anyway?
We absolutely can consider that.
All right. And I was thinking of calling something like Terry's Park, you know, just that's one possible name for after Terry Segrist, you know, just Terry's Park. But all right. So any further comments, questions before we go to a vote? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Great. That motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you, Andrea. Who
Thank
else do
you.
we have to thank? Who else has been involved with this?
Lane.
Thank you, Lane.
Yeah, and I can't take credit for finding Leathers. Lane was way ahead of me on that.
All right.
Actually, we give credit to Tatum's for that.
Uh-huh.
They connected us and it's great to have Andrea on board because she is running, as you can tell, this
Yeah.
project.
Fantastic.
Thank
Andrea.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Vivian.
Good night, Mark.
Thank you,
Vivian.
everybody. Appreciate your time.
Okay, you too. Have a nice evening, Mark.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, now we go to Save the Whales, and who would like to introduce this?
We had a presentation at the last meeting and we had pulled it because Councilmember McCarthy had a question. And so.
So we'll turn it over to Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe, can we go to the public and then I'll give my comments and then we can, is that our
Well, let's-
process or?
Well, you know, normally we have some kind of a presentation. So why don't you describe your
Sure.
input and then we'll see if city staff wants to say anything and then we'll go to the public.
Real quick. So this item was on consent. There was a separate presentation at the last council meeting on the stormwater issues. And then this was on consent, but it was pulled. So I think that there were two separate items.
So we already had
okay.
public comment by
Yes.
consent? Or it was pulled?
Yes.
No, you can take public comment. I'm just sort of clarifying.
All right, just for understanding, did we already have public comment available for people to comment on this as a consent item? Or was it?
It was pulled before.
Oh, it was pulled before?
It was pulled before the last council meeting from the consent agenda, so there was no public
Yeah,
comment. on it,
normally we
so-
pull something after public comment on the consent.
Correct. I think we had, public had the ability to comment and there's no public comment and then.
Okay,
pulled.
thank you for reminding me what our process is.
Not that we can't go to public comment, but it's hard to have public comment if they don't know what we're talking about.
So, yeah, I'll give my comments, Mayor, if that's okay. Yeah, it was confusing because we had a presentation and then we had a different item, but they went hand in hand. And in the presentation item, I expressed some concern about two things. One was this idea of, and I know it seems obscure for this item, but spay and neuter programs. And it turns out in San Luis Obispo, for example, this is directly related to stormwater management. There is a concern with cat feces and it running into stormwater and the impacts that has. And so what I would ask when we make a motion today is that the city council consider giving direction to staff or even setting aside in their work program. I think it's already in there as an item, but some extra diligence to consider a spay and neuter program, whether the city wants to fund that like other cities on the peninsula do. Other cities are doing their part, Seaside in particular. Seaside on Thursday is looking to adopt a mandatory spay and neuter program in the city. And so I think that there could be some consideration with staff on whether that would be appropriate for the city of Marina or not. So that's one item. The second item is a little bit more serious, and that is this Sackets versus the EPA Supreme Court case, and the direction that the city appears to be going in to seek this notice of non-applicability. It's something that I don't well understand, but I understand enough to know that it really concerns me. The Sierra Club, most environmentalists have spoken out strongly about Sackets versus EPA and how it has watered down environmental laws throughout the country. And, we in our desal project have gone a long way to say that our water systems are connected. And again, without going into too much detail, I would like to understand more. So my ask to staff is, how does someone like me better understand what we're talking about and what decisions the city council is going to be looking to make in the future? I mean, with this notice of non-applicability, does the council even have a say? Can we say, no, we don't want to go down that road? Or are we kind of forced based on the Supreme Court case?
No, we're not. And
We have a hand up for, I think it's Edry. Okay, Edry, if you can.
Oh,
you can-
I could actually let Lane talk first. He was about to say something, please.
no, go ahead, Edry.
Oh, okay. To that point regarding getting some insight and clarification and knowledge based on these court cases, our stormwater specialist, Doug Dowden, and his team, that's pretty much their specialty. They review these court cases. They have specialist attorneys that review these things for them as well, and they see how that affects decision makings for specific agencies like ours. So we would bring to the council, whether that's closed session or open session, a learning session on what the steps are of a NONA, what the steps are going forward with the NPDES permit, and then just lay out all the different options to the council to see which one they would like to choose moving forward.
Okay, yeah, I would be interested in having that sooner rather than later. This week, we elected a president that we know is probably going to not be in favor of stricter environmental controls. And so if the council has some decision-making authority on this, I would like to have that discussion with the council. I'm just concerned about the impacts that it has to our groundwater, the impacts that it has to other water bodies, and frankly, what impact it has to regulating stormwater discharge, which is something that I don't think that we do as well as we could. And I think there's some areas for improvement. I'd like to discuss that as well. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Would someone like to motion for this matter? Councilmember Viola?
No, I first want to ask a question.
Go ahead, Kathy.
So how does this, how did the two things that Councilmember McCarthy just brought up, the Nona and also the cat spaying, does this fall under the Save the Whales contract? I'm getting lost a little bit here.
And so they're kind of two separate things. The Save the Whales contracts helps us to meet the existing stormwater
Right.
requirements. And but the other component that Councilmember McCarthy is talking about is we have been going down this path of potentially getting out of some of these stormwater requirements. And I think it makes a lot of sense because we have new council members on board, and it frankly has been a long time to bring us up to date. Our intent, I think, in point out of the program is because of the cost associated and potential liabilities of being in this program. And it's the hope or the thought is when it's under our control, we can actually control more and have better controls on what we're regulating on pollution, and maybe actually improve it at a far lesser cost and to where it doesn't impact the businesses as much. But I think that's the presentation that we need to come back to council and get us all a better understanding of that process.
So that means we shouldn't vote on this until we know more.
No, we have existing stormwater requirements that have to be met. So
Okay.
this is just keeping this contract going.
Okay.
And that whole pulling out of it is a totally separate issue.
Okay. And could in the future not be included in what Save the Whales does, or
Chances are, right. I guess that just depends on where we
if our
end up.
decision, if we want to go with them, then we're not going to obviously incorporate it. But if we approve this continuation of this contract, then we stop that and we subsumed it under our own responsibilities, then we can incorporate any of those things on our own steam, on our
Correct.
own dime.
Correct. We have certain mandatory requirements that we have to do, but that's the thought is
For the future.
getting more control over that on our end, more control of the cost, future cost, more control of the liabilities. And that's where Edra is talking about. We have attorneys that have been involved with this, but ultimately we have not made the decision. That's really council decision. And I think that's what you want to look at is what are the pros and cons. And I know some of the values of this council are absolutely, we want to protect our groundwater. We want to protect all these systems, and we don't want to go down a path that's going to go adverse to that. And so I think that definitely is a big part of this whole future discussion.
So those two would be completely separate motions, the kind of recommendations that McCarthy.
Correct.
Okay, so I can make the motion on this one, and then if you make a motion to have the study session or whatever on the two items.
The separate motions, but I'm happy to go that route as well.
Oh, included in this
I
motion?
think you can just approve this, then the council just give me a direction to come back at a future meeting, at the study meeting or something.
So go ahead, Kathy. With your motion
Okay,
on this
so
item.
I move to adopt the resolution number whatever, approving amendment of number 8 to the agreement between the City of Marina and Save the Whales of Seaside, California to provide professional services for the City of Marina's stormwater program, authorizing the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries, and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city, subject to the final review and approval by the city attorney.
I'll second.
Okay. We go to the public? I forget. Oh, yeah, we decided they already, but let's ask the public anyway. Anyone we'll open up public comment to see if anyone in the building has anything to say via input, and no one's rising. Let's go to the remote audience. Does anyone have anything to say on this issue of stormwater management? Seeing no hands going up remotely, we'll close public comment. Any further comment by council? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. And if I can memorialize the direction as an amendment to motion that we give staff direction to, within the next 6 months, bring us back an educational material on the Nona and yeah, just educational information on Nona and what our decision-making ability is. And then 2, that when we come to Amendment 9 next year, because this is the second time already that I'm mentioning this, that we ask staff to consider allocating some money towards at least a 1-day spay and neuter program for the city of Marina.
I accept the amendment.
Who was the second?
I will second holds.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Just here to give a very quick update on the mobile vendor sidewalk vending ordinance. We have our presentation up. So really, next slide, please. Spring, summer 2023, we did some direct mailing and online outreach to existing food service providers. December of last year, that the council did adopt an ordinance. As part of that motion, there was a request for a 6 months update. Winter, spring 2024, we did additional outreach to food related business holders, letting them know of the opportunity. Next slide, please. We have a fabulous code enforcement officer, Marissa Huntley. She did some additional outreach. She is bilingual. We're very fortunate that she has that skill. We had some sidewalk vendors that she needed to educate them on the new requirements. We created a QR code to make this as streamlined as possible. All of the forms were put on the web. We did outreach to the brick and mortar as well as these particular vendors. Mentioned we put all the stuff online. And so far we've had 4 licenses issued. As a director, things percolate up to my level. If there's issues or problems or concerns, there really hasn't been any major significant issues. When members of the council or members of the public have inquired about this, we've immediately jumped on it and reached out to different potential vendors. And really, we're in the education mode to give people this opportunity to be officially in our city. And that really is my very brief presentation, and look forward to answering any questions from the council.
Thank you, Guido. All right, let's go to the public for any questions, starting with people in person. All right, let's go online. Anyone online have any questions about food vendors? Okay, we'll close public comment. I've seen a food truck on Marina Drive across from 7-Eleven, Palm Avenue, and I've seen one on Vista del Camino next to the New Tokyo. Is that a result of this?
Yes, I've run by that when I run at lunchtime. The one off of Vista del Camino.
I've seen it at nighttime with blue lights around it.
The blue lights one, we did get that complaint. We did ask them to tamp down the lights on that one.
Oh, no, I wasn't complaining. I thought they were cool looking.
No. I'm just like, other members of the community complained, so we did talk to them about the bright lights. So.
Okay, and then Otter's Den on a couple of occasions has had a tent out in the parking lot selling great Mexican food. Is that something they have to get a permit for? It's not a mobile thing. It's just kind of
outdoor. I'd have to look because prior to me working here, there was the parklet. People were able to expand out into the parking lot. So I'd have to see if they were part of that. English Ales had that before they took it out last month. So
okay, so if I see someone selling tacos out of a food truck or some kind of food truck at night or during the day, am I to assume that it's because we're encouraging it and they've gotten a permit to do it, or they don't need a permit, they can just do it?
No, they have to get a permit. That's what this whole process is about.
All right.
So.
And anyone I see pushing on the street, cart around ice cream or whatever, they have to have a similar kind of permit?
Yeah, that was the second part of the ordinance. That was the sidewalk vending or part of the complying with SB 946. I think that's
Okay.
yeah.
Now, in your presentation, the 4 permits we had, were those for push carts or are those for food trucks?
Those were for the food trucks.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many permits we have issued for food trucks? I'm sorry, push cart? Snack
A
truck?
couple. Once again, it hasn't been a major concern for the department, so
All right.
maybe 2, if that.
Okay. Thank you, Guido. Councilmember Viola?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is our ideal use of mobile vending? Because, we had talked all kinds of issues, one being a competitor to our brick and mortar stores, and then also not sort of promoting more unhealthy food in certain neighborhoods. Councilmember McCarthy brought that up. So I'm trying to say, we have this ordinance, we want to promote it, but what is our ideal in use of these kinds of? I mean, do we, like, there was one that was saying originally, I remember that Otter Den doesn't serve food. So they had wanted a food truck there, and I don't know that they really have that there. So that reason that seemed reasonable to me is not being utilized. And then I'm thinking, so, we don't want them necessarily to set up in a place where they're already, stores that are going to compete for the dollars for food. So I'm just trying to think of what kind of area. I remember Lisbeth mentioned something about the equestrian center. If somebody moved and had something there because people want to have food and there's nowhere near there. So I'm thinking, if this is slowing down, and maybe it's because we're not identifying where we think these would be productive for the city, beneficial for the city to have these.
Actually, so the council, when we adopted the ordinance, there were specific places they had to go, and to reduce the friction with brick and mortar, they're not allowed on the main arterials. They have to be about a block away.
Right.
In terms of the goal, it's really to give these particular type of vendors rights in terms of being in our city, and in terms of the outcome. It could be a potentially source of economic development. Some people can't afford to open up a full brick and mortar. And so this is a way for someone to start a business with lower overhead costs. They can be a way to help revitalize a neighborhood. If you have in the downtown specific plan area, if we start to have more special events, you can have the taco trucks there, and then maybe a play area where kids can play soccer. So it's a way to kind of revitalize or reimagine an area. So there's a lot of different potential outcomes that could happen.
Yes.
So.
And what I'm saying is that those would be beneficial to the city, and yet we don't seem to have the interest in those kinds of good places for this to happen. And it looks like it's really kind of starting off slow, but I don't know if there's.
Well,
way
I
we
mean,
can-
the downtown plan just got adopted 2 weeks ago,
Uh,
and I'll be bringing a special event permit to the council, soon. And I mean, this permit just barely got off the ground a year ago.
So then do you reach out, or do you advertise that we're seeking these kinds of vendors for, whatever events we might have?
Yeah. So Allison and Nick primarily have been doing quite a bit of the outreach to, postcards, translated, reaching out. So, yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right. Okay, great. Thank you.
On November 30th, there's a holiday arts craft fair at the Philam community, and they're going to have food trucks. Does this allow them to have food trucks, or could they have done that anyway?
Well, the way the council wrote the ordinance is they can have a food truck there, or if it's part of a temporary use permit, they can incorporate that into the TUP. So it depends on, you can get it from 2 different ways. That's how the council wrote the ordinance. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further comments? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. First, let me say that I concur and have experienced that when a complaint or concern is made, staff tends to be on it pretty quick, and I'm super appreciative of that. Having said that, I want to note 2 things. One is that staff doesn't tend to work late at night, right? Sometimes when some of these activities occur, or on the weekends at the farmer's market. And 2, that we live in a community where generally people don't like to complain. So they may make a concern on Facebook or next door, but they don't tend to actually call the city and complain. And so I just want to kind of put that out there on the record. I love Councilmember Viola's comment about what is our ideal. And I think it's a very valid exercise to have. I think when we received a presentation, I remember seeing this photo of, people in business suits eating their lunch, semi-healthy lunches in this mobile food vending kind of park. And I thought, man, that would be pretty close to ideal for me anyway. Certainly not what we have today, but I think it's a good exercise to really think about how would this best serve the city. I also agree that it is relatively new. We still need to watch this play out and decide, how to make changes, if any, in the future. I will say two things in particular. I am still strongly against locating these or allowing these to be located near residential. In particular, only multifamily residential. I just think that's a travesty, and it's unfortunate that we are only subjecting folks that cannot afford single family homes to being close to these kind of uses. Two, I was really surprised when I was doing some canvassing before the election near one of our school facilities to see, and I'm just going to say it because I care about our kids, but a number of very obese kids hovering around an ice cream vendor, a sugary substance vendor. It just really kind of made me sad, honestly. And I think that that's worth discussing at some point in the future. And I think that's part of this ordinance. The last thing, just out of curiosity, and actually a question for our mayor, because I know he's affiliated with the farmer's market. I know there's one vendor that sits outside the farmer's market during farmer's market hours, presumably unpermitted. Is that because it's too expensive to have a booth at the farmer's market? Do we know why that happens?
Yeah, there are sometimes fruit sellers or food sellers that benefit by being near a market where there's lots of people, but they don't have to pay the stall fee, and they might have cheaper prices because of that. So they're basically just kind of playing the system. And it's on a Sunday, so I'm not sure who would be called. I don't know if the police can address that sort of thing or not, because I'm not sure if they know about permitting. Maybe our police chief could tell us, we do regularly see vendors on Vista del Camino during the farmer's market that are not at all associated with the market. And I don't really know the rules enough to interrupt them.
To be fully transparent, I'm kind of learning this as I'm hearing it this evening. So I will start by saying that, but to the extent, if there is an ordinance in place that we can enforce and we're made aware of a violation, we're more than happy to go out and have that conversation.
All right. Thank you very much, Randy.
Sure.
So Guido, on
And
Sundays,
to the mayor and to the chief, in the chief's credit, he's only been here a handful of months. We can certainly reach out and do some training with the police department to educate them on the background of the ordinance. So, yeah.
Okay. Guido, what's allowed or not allowed outside the farmer's market on Vista del Camino as far as vendoring?
Vista del Camino.
In front of the bank and Otter's Day.
Yeah, it's one block off of reservations. You're allowed to have a taco truck there. Yeah.
Okay. But you need to have a permit, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you want to sell a truckload of produce?
A truckload of produce. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to get a permit from us and from the health department. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So if we see someone that we suspect may not, and they're kind of playing off the farmer's market without paying their way, and we call the police, what's going to happen? Will the police
I mean, I
have-
guess they would look for their valid business license and the approval from us.
Okay, so that can
And
be
then
part
the
of the
health
training.
department. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the future, you'll be ensuring that the beat officers know that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that training to the police department. So,
Okay. Yeah. Now to sort of counter Brian, when I saw that, what I thought was a cool taco truck or whatever it was selling, I think it was Mexican food, I'm not sure. Nice blue lights across from 7-Eleven on Marina Drive. It's within walking distance of a lot of apartments. It's within walking distance of a lot of homes. It was kind of late at night. It's an alternative to 7-Eleven, which isn't known for its health food. So I kind of liked it because it was alive. It lit up a dark street. It was an activity. If I kind of wanted to stop in, I didn't have time, but I thought, yeah, I'd like to go check out, have a taco. So is that the kind of thing, Brian, you think is not a good idea, having a taco truck at night in a dark area?
Yeah, I think outside somebody's bedroom window at, up to at 11 o'clock at night, I think that it's, I know it, when we first heard this ordinance, you had recommended it be later because you wanted people like at Otter's Den, right? To be able to, and I think personally that's a great idea, but when it's literally within 30 feet of someone's bedroom window, and it was, when I was there, it was a like strobe light flashing. It wasn't just blue at that point. And I
Is it Marina Drive?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I think that was part of what staff had went and said, hey, can you tame that down a little? It's a bit much. But I just think there's some refinements that can be made. And maybe we can say, hey, if it's outside of somewhere like Otter's Den, it can be till 11. But if it's somewhere else, it, maybe has a different timeline, or if it's in residential, again, I have concerns about that.
Okay, thank you.
To the mayor, to the council. So that might be a broader question also for the general plan. We can add in healthy policies into the general plan. We can potentially look at where are there food deserts in the city. So that, the general plan stuff is going to be coming to the council multiple times in the next year and a half. So there's opportunities to address that issue, having worked on the healthy element in East Palo Alto. So.
Thank you. So that was information only. And if everyone's ready, we'll move on to Cypress Knolls. Thank you, Guido. And Lane, who would you like to present this?
We don't.
Yeah. So we're really fortunate. Rincon has been helping us with a lot of great work. We have Ryan here who's actually been writing the grant. And so I'm going to be doing a very general overview. And if you have technical questions about the grant, then Ryan can answer those. So there's been a lot going on for Cypress Knolls. This December, I will have been with the city 3 years. This has been one of our primary projects we've been working on. Next slide, please. So Cypress Knolls, just to give everybody a similar context, it's 188 acres, formerly military housing. There was an EIR for about 844 senior housing units. There is existing roads out there, remnants of housing, as you can see. There is natural topography and some protected gilia out at the site. So next slide, please. So we've had quite a few different opportunities over the years before I started with the city. The initial kind of foray now is potentially to make Cypress Knolls into a missing middle housing development. Anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 housing units could go in there. This could be a significant opportunity for job creation, for economic development, to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions for the entire region, to provide infill housing for not only Marina residents, but the entire Monterey Bay Peninsula. So the real significant issue out at the site, as many council members are aware, is there are old Army dilapidated barracks full of asbestos and lead, which we need to remediate if we really want to pursue developing the site further. And so that focus of today is the grants that we're applying for. Next slide. So in addition to that, so from 22 to 2023, we had a visioning meeting with an APA committee. They presented to the council on April 2023. In the fall of 2023, I applied for some REAP 2.0 money. We were unsuccessful in getting that money. We then had a site visit from Congressman Jimmy Panetta's office, showed him the site. He was very enthusiastic, offered his support to the staff and to the council, and the mayor visited us. You were there for that site visit. So as part of that partnership with Congressman Panetta's office, we got tied into a $300,000 US EPA targeted brownfield assessment to assess the building materials out at the site. We knew the site is already contaminated, but in working with the US EPA folks, they educated us that if we applied for the smaller TBA grant, that would make us more competitive for the larger grant opportunities. And so since last year, Ryan's been working with the US EPA folks on two key grants that we're going to be filing for. One is the community-wide assessment grant. That's for approximately $500,000. And the cleanup grant, that's a $5 million allocation. So next slide. Yeah, so as mentioned, the community-wide assessment grant is for $500,000. If awarded, the grant would be used to continue to investigate the hazardous materials out at Cypress Knolls. But the one we're really trying to focus on is the cleanup grant. There are only 10 given out nationwide for up to $5 million. And if awarded, we would be able to use that to actually demolish a certain percentage of the barracks out there. It doesn't cover the full cost, which is anywhere from 20 to 25 million. But in speaking with the US EPA staff, there is a potential, if we get this one, to potentially get funded for multiple years. Next slide, please. So yeah, as mentioned, this is a very, very competitive process. So we've secured letters of support from Congressman Panetta's office, the local assembly representative, and the local state senator. Those are already in our packet. And we've also secured a letter of support from CHISPA, a local affordable housing developer. So next slide. So part of applying for the grant is we have to have a public forum to let members of the public comment on the grant, all the people here. And also just make it available. So it is the grant and the remediation work that we have done as part of the $300,000 grant to test some of the barracks. That is on the website now. We've put it on the city's newsflash part of the website. And we've also done outreach to different potential people for letters of support. So really today, we're really not getting into the nitty gritty of the grant. It's really, this is part of the process, is just to have a public forum if somebody wanted to comment on the grant. And the grant application is due next Friday. So here to answer any questions, and really excited. This is obviously very competitive process. And so hopefully we can get it.
All right. Yeah, let's go to the public first for questions. Anyone online? Let's go to John and Linda's. John Sanders. Good evening, John.
Good evening. Good evening. Thanks, Mayor. And thanks, Guido, for the presentation. Is this the only presentation in which the public will have an opportunity to comment before you continue, take the next step in this process?
Answer now or? Yes, yes.
Are there particular types of input that you hope to receive from the public this evening?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I know we don't usually engage in.
Yeah.
Yeah, John. So go ahead, John. We're listening. You have 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, I asked if there's particular type of input that the city hopes to receive this evening.
Yeah, and we'll answer your question as soon as you're done with all of your input.
Okay. Well, the question, I was hoping you could respond to the question so that I could follow up rather than closing off on my comments. Is that?
Yeah, any comments you have now or any questions you have now is the time.
Okay. First of all, it's good to see that the city is taking this step. And I commend Guido on being able to initiate, or the city and being able to initiate communication with the congressman's office and with other legislative offices in the state. So I hope that you're able to maintain this type of dialogue at the legislative level, and that you will also maintain an open line of communication with the public as you proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Yes, thank you, council, and thank you, staff. I've been watching on YouTube, but I jumped in now for this opportunity to say good job, Guido. You've been here 3 years, and this has been a project that has been on our plate for more than 20 years. So I commend you for what you've done and the grant that you're talking about. Might that lead, you mentioned that it might lead to a bigger one, but are there other grants out there once development starts? And secondly, would there be any preference given to, I know not quite local contractors, but if there are residential plans, local marina residents, or a housing program like we did with the Sea Haven development? I am also just making a point that this is a perfect opportunity for the public to engage. And if there are better, I should say, I'd like to see maybe some follow-up news flashes come through the city portals to our people who have signed up, because this has been a big issue. I shouldn't say a big issue. We try so hard to communicate with the community, and it always comes and pinches us back when, short of knocking on their door, they didn't know about it. That's not what we can control. But the more we can do to really engage the community in what we are doing specific to Cypress Knolls and other project, the better it is, as we know, to keep people engaged and interested. So those are my points. I just want to say thank you to staff for working so hard on this and keeping our city focused. That's the job of staff to keep, and city council to keep our city moving forward. So I appreciate all your work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Christina. John was asking what kind of input you wanted. John was asking what kind of input you wanted. John Sanders, what kind of input you wanted tonight. What would you like from city council, if any? What are you looking for from us?
Guido, apply for the grant, and thank you for the presentation. That would be so.
Okay,
That would
let's
be-
go to Councilmember McAdams.
Guido, apply for the grant and thank you for the presentation.
So yeah, and Ryan's actually writing the grant, so maybe if he wants to. Yeah.
And Ryan, just one moment, Ryan, go ahead.
Oh, sure. I just wanted to say I was really excited to see this in the packet. And, I have commended you before, but to just, on your radar, and I know there's so many grants all the time. They're complicated to apply for, or they're very specific and technical. And I really appreciate like our strong and mighty community development department. I mean, you guys are rocking it. So thank you so much. I also appreciate, being ahead of it and getting letters from Panetta and Laird and Addis. That's huge. Especially when, to be in their ear in that capacity, one of 10 nationwide is, those are very slim odds, but we're on the radar. And getting that smaller grant first is lining us up for more dollars. So thank you so much.
All right, Ryan, go ahead, and then we'll have Elizabeth Fisher, Councilmember Fisher.
Great. I was just going to comment on the public community engagement part of these EPA grants. So we're just in the application process now, but if awarded, there is a significant community engagement component during the implementation phase. So a piece of that grant funding is dedicated to developing a community engagement plan, implementing that plan. So there's a lot of opportunity in the future. Fingers crossed the grants are awarded, but opportunity for that community engagement and input throughout the whole process.
What kind of community input are we going to want? Input toward the design of the ultimate neighborhood or something else?
It could feed into that. Yes. Yeah. The community input is going to be specifically targeting the remedial actions that would be proposed to occur and the impacts and implications of that on the community, but it's also a venue to start getting that feedback for that design and kind of that construction next step.
Okay, so if we're going to deconstruct a couple hundred duplexes, what kind of input might the public be considering?
Well, they might be concerned about truck traffic. They might be concerned about dust, noise,
Impact on the high school,
Exactly.
et cetera.
Those types of things.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ryan?
No, not at this point.
All right, great. Thanks to both of you. Let's go to Councilmember Vischer and then Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to thank both of you for all the work you do, and I'm excited about this, hopefully, chance of a grant. But just for the public, I thank you for having sent out that news flash. And the public might not be aware that it's so simple to sign up. You go to the website, you click on notify me, but then you have to scroll down all the way to get to the news flash part. And I always recommend to residents to sign up for the news flashes because those are really informative. And also earlier about the food vending, I met at an event at the Equestrian Center. There was one mobile vendor, and I spoke with somebody who was just eating there, and he mentioned that his mother has a restaurant in Carmel, and she was thinking about doing mobile food vending. And it's like, our city allows this now. You can apply. So I looked it up on my phone. I just go to the city website. I started typing mobile vend, and it already popped up. So so I think the website, I know we've had a lot of complaints about it, but I think it's really improved. I was pleasantly surprised.
Excellent.
So thank you.
Thank you.
For the public, please sign up for news flashes.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you. You're very much appreciated here. So I want to say that first, because you have so much on your plate and then you've got to make money for this city somehow. So the $5 million grant, as you said, is, 5 million out of 20 million that we need. But maybe the city manager can refresh my memory on where we're at in terms of funding for bringing down those.
Our primary funding source, and we're going to go over this in more detail at our council meeting on November 19th, is we have with the Dunes and Sea Haven, when FORA existed, they paid they called a community facilities fee. Really wasn't an impact fee, but it was a fee that they had to pay to FORA to be able to develop land in FORA. And that fee initially was $45,000 like per residential unit. Eventually came down to $25,000. That was one of the large reasons why Marina led the charge to terminate the end of FORA, because that fee was going into FORA and it was going to all the other jurisdictions. Everything is being generated here and we weren't getting any benefit from that. And so when FORA went away, we negotiated agreements with the two developers, Sea Haven and Dunes, and they continued to make that fee payment to Marina, and it's very highly restricted. It's on these projects that FORA was obligated to make. One is blight removal, other is restoration of these existing buildings. And so large parts of this fee will be recommending next time to fund the renovation of some of our existing buildings. When FORA existed, we didn't have the ability to get these brownfields funds. And so that was one of our big efforts with FORA, was to get it so that we could now apply for these funds. And so this is why 20 years ago, 10 years, 5 years ago, we didn't have access to it. Now we do. And now that we have access to it, we're aggressively going after these brownfield funds. And so this is our first step into that process. And we're hoping that this will become a long-term, multi-year funding source and really will help us on the blight removal. We continue to get that fee from the Dunes and Sea Haven developments, and we have well, I'll give you those details. We have over 10 to 15 million that has built up. I mean, that fee has been significant. And between now and when Dunes and Sea Haven is built out, it's probably going to be another 20, 25 million. And so we do have avenues the future funds are going to come. We're trying to leverage our preferences to use federal dollars if we can get it and get this EPA grant. We want to use that for the bite removal, but we're going to set up to where down the road, if we aren't able to get it, that we still have potential mechanisms to continue to remove that blight.
Mhm. So what is our timeline? Because we obviously have to, to apply for grants, and then if we get future monies, then we'll be able to take the whole blighted area down. But are we talking 5 years, or, I mean, could we possibly get the land cleared in 5 years with funding from grants and also what we can contribute?
Yeah, if we can get this first grant, 5 million, that really starts the process, and then we will immediately apply for another grant, and we can get in that system. And I think it 10 across the nation, it's going to be competitive, but we have a lot of things going on here that the other grants don't have. We have a former military base that's closed. We have the impacts that we've had for 25, 30 years on that.
Yeah.
So I think we have a good story that they're obviously telling in our application.
Right. Well, the reason I'm asking is because we've already done some charrettes for cypress knolls, but if we're now at a place where we have to focus on taking down the blight, then what are we stopping that process of actually developing and
No, that is still on Guido's work program.
Okay.
And that is still moving forward. So it's not going to be delayed or held up.
by funding for the blight removal?
Correct.
Okay, so they're parallel and hopefully one will get
That's correct.
resolved earlier. Okay, great. Thank you so much. You're doing such a fantastic job, really. It's
Thank you.
amazing. Thank you.
Guido, I didn't know that you got a $300,000 grant this year already between January and November. So we got the 300,000. Has it been spent on assessing hazardous materials?
Yeah, and Brian can speak to the smaller one that Jamie Panetta's office got for us.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually one we applied for as well.
Yeah.
So this first grant, it's this targeted brownfields assessment. And what we cordoned off about a third of the Cypress Knolls properties. It's to max out the grant. And so on each one of the 64 duplexes that we're assessing, they're doing lead-based paint samples and asbestos samples, as well as sampling caulking on windowsills for PCBs. And we're also looking at soils around the perimeter of these structures to see if chipping paint flakes have impacted soils. So the data are still rolling in, and we need these data to finalize our submittal next week, but we think we're there. We're very close. But this grant is implemented by the EPA. So they bring their own contractors in, they do all the work themselves. The city doesn't have to lift a finger other than providing access. And after this first round is done, we actually will intend to apply for another TBA grant. These are far less competitive and could continue assessment through that means as well. So in theory, in a couple months here, we could actually have 3 grants out being considered that could all be assessed in parallel. Funding is uncertain with EPA. They've made that clear to us. So this gives us a lot of flexibility. If one or all 3 are accepted, will be avenues to keep moving this process forward.
Okay, so that's great. You got the 300,000. And the next one, you said the PDA, was that the 500,000?
So the TBA is the $300,000 grant being implemented now.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then the next one, is it for 500,000?
So there's one that will be up to $500,000, and that's the community-wide assessment grant.
Okay,
And that could be used to essentially do what the TBA is doing now.
just more units.
Yep, more units. And based on HUD guidelines and EPA requirements, if we're going to apply for the cleanup grant, they will only do cleanup on units that have been properly assessed.
Okay.
So even though we know they're all the same, they all need to be assessed.
Right, so if 72 are being assessed for the first 300, will you do about 100 for 500?
In theory.
About 50,000 per unit? Okay, and then if you have 75 assessed or 100 assessed, does that help dictate how much you can ask for toward the 5 million?
Yeah, and that was part of the number crunching as well. I think we'll be asking for a little over $4 million for the cleanup grant because that will address the 64 units.
Okay, all right, great. It's really good to hear about this progress. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Greg. Sorry, Kathy. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering on the $5 million grant, when we apply for EPA, you know, when the whole CalAm issue came up, we were really promoting the environmental injustice, and the EPA EnviroScan was used. And that, of course, you know, we're 2/3 people of color, we're marginalized community of colors, you know, so we use that in terms of environmental injustice. So do you talk about, you know, our city as being really in need and very different, I think, than maybe other applicants?
Absolutely. We've pulled all of that data and information into the narrative. And that narrative is available if you want to scan
Okay,
through it.
Great, great. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember McAdams?
Do you need a motion or just is
No,
direction?
this is
on
just
that?
receiving a
But leave
informational.
The grant
This
application
is-
just requires
Yep.
public comment.
This is just, yeah, checking the public
Excellent.
comment
Thank you.
box of the application.
All right, thanks again. So we move on to the County Mayors Association. We met in Marina at Hoa Restaurant last Friday. And we got an update from Ezekiel Vega, who's the Assistant County Administrator Officer. And he told us about the county budget, that it was, they're in deficit. So they're doing a hiring freeze to save a bunch of money there. And then they'll be seeking public input on what services they might need to cut next June when they do their budget process. So they're in some difficult budget or financial situations. Not unique, but it's not a good process they have to go through. Now we'll move on to the council reports on meetings and conferences. Anyone have any meetings or conferences? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. On October 16th through the 18th, I attended the League of California Cities annual meeting and expo, and it was fantastic. I learned a lot. I was telling our city manager one of the most interesting panels that I attended was about hostility during council meetings, like towards staff and council members, and how cities are trying to manage that aspect of freedom of speech and hate speech and those kinds of lines. And actually, Councilmember McCarthy, they brought up that specific instance where you were saying that not here in Marina, but a member of the public began undressing during public comment, and how a city attorney, how we handled that. So that was very fascinating. I had a wonderful time and look forward to going back. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember McCart.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week I attended a Defense Alliance breakfast. Councilmember McAdams was there. In fact, she was the one that told me about it. So I was pleased to attend. For those that don't know, the Defense Alliance is a nonprofit that has a mission to support and grow national security assets in the region. It's a really interesting group, and I don't share this to incite anger, but I just want to share with you that at that meeting, the chair had mentioned that it was their group that helped get the decel through the Coastal Commission, which I'm not sure how much truth to that exists or not. But what I want to say is I think we have a vested interest in partnering with these people and making sure that we're represented at the table, that our voice is heard. They every couple years do an economic impact report. And what was interesting is that the chair mentioned, and again, don't know the truth to this, but that the economic impact of the defense community is much larger than tourism in this region. So it's huge, right? And most of you know that defense is what brought me here. Defense is what currently keeps me here. It's just a really important player in our region, and I'm happy to continue to try to attend and keep the group apprised of what's going on in there. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for attending. Okay, City Manager Lane Long.
Just got a couple quick updates. We had our we have an annual or monthly city manager meeting with all the city managers. And so last month it was held in Marina, and usually the whole city just does a presentation of things that are going on in your city. And so I made a presentation called it Transitioning Marina, of just our projects and things going on, and it just blew all the other city managers away. And they literally said, collectively as a group, they aren't even remotely doing all of the things and the projects that we have forward. And so they were, and it's very apparent, but they were really they were just amazed at everything that's going on. I also want to update the council on we're in a process looking at an enhanced infrastructure financing district that was related to Joby Aviation. And so we've had a team in place. We've been working with the county. County adopted an EIFD policy. And as we've gone through our process, the policy really is kind of problematic in that it really doesn't, they put so many constraints in it, it doesn't really do a whole lot. And we've told the county that we have some problems with it. And so I am meeting with the county CAO on December 16th to review the EIFD. Our city managers group at our meeting in November, we're actually talking about it because they all feel the same thing. Salinas, when they were talking with the county about an EIFD, they eventually stopped it. It just didn't work. And part of it is related to these constraints they put on the policy. They only will allow property tax to be used in it, and it can only cap at 50%. And they also tie it to an equal dollar amount. And so what this policy, like what it ended up for Marina, is the dollar amount that the county was providing. They were providing 50% of their property tax, but would require us to contribute 100% of our property tax, and then another 10 or 20% of our vehicle in lieu fees that are essentially property taxes too. And so it ended up that it almost is not even worth it to put the enhanced infrastructure financing district in place. And so just wanted to make you aware that we've been working on it. We have some problems with the county's policy, so we're going to be meeting with them to go over this policy. We can show in real time because the council has looked at it. We put this report, infrastructure finance report, in place, and it just, we're having difficulties with that. So we're engaging with the county, and we'll be back talking with you more about that.
Thank you for that update, Wayne. All right. Thank you everyone for being here. I think it's been a productive meeting and we are adjourned.
Yeah, several times. Yeah. No, I saw you.
Oh, I saw Yeah, Renee made me yawn.
Yeah.
Everyone looks tired.
Yes.